Hello, 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 Penguin, and hello on YouTube, Chaitan. Hello. Doo-doo-doom. Hello, Pudot. Okay. Maybe I should put a countdown. So, for the people who are already here, I think these two are going to be the top things that we're going to look at today. I deprioritized some of the Ziggy work because it's depressing dealing with other parsers. I just so don't like it. So I'm not going to try to power through it. Instead, I'm going to change direction. What do you mean IO thread cancellation? Well, Zig has async and await, and we have support for cancellation. So for canceling tasks, and there's some more work related to this stuff that needs to happen. And well, that's what that bullet point refers to. Also, there have been discussions on Zulip. Here. There have been discussions where Andrew have been trying to implement correctly some aspects of cancellation. We had a call yesterday where he was showing some of the stuff that he was working on, which happened before 4 a.m. my time. So he continued. And no. And yeah, so I don't know. We need to decide what to do with this stuff. So if you don't have any context, I don't know. Maybe this can give you some context, although these discussions are, you probably need to be aware of a lot already of what's going on for this stuff to be clear. In any case, you can take a peek in the meantime. Still interesting, maybe even more so, is porting D2 to std.io. I think that should be interesting. So D2 is a server and a client. For the client, I think I am at the very least blocked because DVUI needs to update to new Zig, while the D2 server almost has no dependencies. I think it has one dependency right now, which I planned to get rid of. So we can do that as part of this work. So I think there's literally nothing stopping us from porting the D2 server, which is also a good idea because it's easier. And so it's a good way of like remembering how D2 works. Because it's been a while. It has been a while since I worked on that last. And for people who don't know what D2 is it's a joke name for now. It stands for Discord 2, but it's a chat application, kind of like Discord. But you can self-host servers. Are you expecting D2 to work offline, like to scroll cache messages? I don't know. That is a question that depends on how we decide to implement clients, right? like whether we want clients to be full syncs of the server history or not, and whether we are able. So let's assume that the answer is no. They are like they just cache some of what's on the server. Then in that case, it's a question of how easy we make it to go through those caches when you're offline. So I honestly don't have a super strong opinion either way. Obviously, it would be nice to have more functionality offline, but also I'm not 100% sure that full synchronization of the full chat history is a good idea for a variety of reasons. So yeah. Okay, let me put a quick countdown. Just a quick 10-minute countdown. And then we're gonna start. You know what? We might end up just doing this right away. Yeah, you know what? Let's work on the assumption that we're gonna just do this for now. I'm gonna leave this for later. Worst case, I do it offline. It's not as interesting, maybe. We'll see. We're just reading about CRDTs. It's an obvious question to ask. I don't think that in this case CRDTs would be necessary because, in my experience, these type of applications they tend to just have an immutable history. So, for example, if you want to edit a previous message, you don't really do that, but you instead add a new special message at the end of the list that modifies the contents of the previous message or something along those lines. There's probably more nuance there, but it's not. How can I say? I think that most chat applications don't use CRDTs because they don't need that. Because it's not a thing that is like interactive enough to warrant CRDTs. Anyway, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Do. Okay, what's the plan? I think I mentioned it earlier. Do. No, let's just do it. Let's just start doing it. We're gonna look at the async stuff in Zig in a bit. I think there's no rush for that. So exit this, exit this, exit. Maybe I should leave this be. Oh, what is this? This can exit. Let's do like this. Okay. Yeah, this is so old, man. This is stuck in 2024. Okay, it's time to resuscitate this project. So my zone file doesn't even have a minimum Zig version, so we need to fix this. Okay, so let's give it a starting version. Minimum Zig version 0. Or we're going to 0.16 dev. Actually, I should probably be more precise. Let's do this. I read about it a bit, and I guess CRT is just an abstraction. You can see just the same algorithm abstraction. My point is that my impression is that CRDT benefits from the idea that you process partial results locally, and then you merge them, and the merge resolution results in well, if you design the full thing correctly, it's guaranteed to result in the expected result. So, for example, somebody's editing, two people are editing this in document, and then the edits will make sense. They will not, like one person who locally deleted their own text will not end up deleting the other guy's text once you merge the two groups of operations. In chat applications, you don't really do it that way. It's just not just that you don't do it that way, but my impression is that it's not necessary. It's just a simpler problem. What happens is that, like, for example, when you send messages in a chat application, as far as I know, or you can do it in different ways, obviously, but usually it's enough to show your own message locally, and then when the server confirms it, you remove your local optimistic message and replace it with the actual message that the server acknowledged you sent, which might include changing the contents of the message, because maybe the server is applying some form of normalization, or maybe even reordering them because you locally thought that you sent the message at a given point in time, but in reality the server acknowledged it only after some other messages had arrived, so you see your own message shifted down a little bit, and it's fine. I would say it's actually preferable than to show you something that is inconsistent to what other people see, and this stuff doesn't really need CRDTs. Okay, so we have a minimum Zig version. Now, I have a bunch of dependencies in here, but the only dependency that applies to the server, I believe, is SQLite. I don't think we use Opus. I don't think we use any of this stuff. And honestly, right now, I don't care about the client even building. So I only care about this stuff working for 0.16 for the server. So let's look at the build.zig, see what we have in here. So check everything. libxcv. Oh, you know what? This is gonna break the client, I think, but I don't care. I'm gonna rip everything out that I don't want. So libxcv is goner. Sorry, libxcv is also dependency of the server, and it's not gonna be anymore. Also SQLite is, so never mind. Both are gone. No libxcv folders. Yes, we're gonna need to update some of these things for sure. Yeah, libxcv no more. Setup client, we just straight up commented out because we don't care right now. Oh, CI. Run on steps for the CI. Huh. Interesting. To. Okay, we'll deal with CI later. Let's look at server. Server accepted XV, not anymore. Makes its own SQLite. We don't do that anymore either. How annoying is it going to be to turn this stuff off? I think it's going to be fine. So here's the problem with SQLite. The one that I was using was an SQLite wrapper for Zig that was doing like a lot of magic, and man, it was like doing just way too much. I couldn't understand how to do things because there was like way too much comp time involved, and I don't want my dependencies to do that much comp time. Unless they give me like an extremely straightforward interface, which that library did not. It was still a lot of magic in there, so I'm getting rid of it. I prefer to do stuff directly. So what else is there? Context server. Slow. All right. The slow option, and then echo. Echo a client's audio back to them. That is nice. These are nice settings. These are all nice settings. Okay. Okay. So frankly, these all seems good to me. What does check do? Oh, we pass down check, so we bind this to check. Depend on server step. Yeah, but we also do the install artifact, so... Oh, I guess... Yeah, what even is the point of the check step in this case? It's basically the default. Oh, whatever. Okay, this is fine. So, well, let's see how we're doing with running Zig build. Oh my god. Oh, we don't even have a fingerprint. Jesus. Hello, Diablo. How's the Zig Codebird drama going? I I think it's fine. Well, the move of the repo over is fine. Codeberg was weirdly slow when we had just moved, or rather weirdly. I mean, it's easy to explain. It was on the front page of Hacker News. It was on the front page of Lobsters, and a lot of people were clicking on it. So it's not something strictly related to Zig specific activity, but we were giving it a bunch of visibility, and that probably was what was slowing them down. But after that, everything is fine. So the move in general is going pretty well. As for like the announcement drama, that also is, I think, fine. We did edit the blog post. Andrew took out some of the spicy wording, and there's some discussion of that, including Andrew participating to the discussion that you can find on Ziggit. And I don't know, so far so good. Okay, name must be a bare Zig identifier. Okay, so we need to update known folders and some of the Opus stuff. Okay, we are renaming folders to folders. In your side. What is the Zig license? Does it actually have an NTII clause? Oh, I'm not sure what you're referring to. You know, I think that that announcement, unfortunately, in the end, was communicated poorly. The list of reasons that got us to move to Codeberg. And I'm assuming that what you're saying is referring to that to some degree, because I've seen also other comments where people were saying that it's AI that drove us away from GitHub. But the answer might be true, but not in the sense that those people meant. So the reason why we moved to Codeberg, the first reason, a reason so big that if that was not the case, we would still be on GitHub today, and we would probably be on GitHub for I don't know, maybe years. So the number one reason is the fact that CI doesn't work on GitHub right now. So for a while, we had this problem where the GitHub runner just starts burning CPU cores because it gets stuck in that stupid safe sleep shell script that keeps busy looping forever because it's just unsound. It's unsound on so many levels. Like the whole thing is wrong. Like even after they fixed that thing is still inherently wrong. Like it's not gonna deadlock as much, but I should say live lock. It's not gonna live lock as much, but it will. It will. It's still unsound. Like it's the whole system is inherently broken. So that thing was basically stealing CPU cores from our CI. So because what would happen is that the GitHub runner updates on a regular basis, and whenever it does, it runs that script, which has a good chance of live locking. And when it does live lock, that agent stops pulling new tasks. And even if you have multiple agents running on your machine, it's not like the other ones will compensate, because the way it works is that you size the number of runners that you have on your computer based on your machine, based on how many cores and how much memory you have. So by killing one agent, not only it starts busy looping, so it does its CPU, but also for example, if you end up with all agent instances live locking except one, that you could have like the super beefiest machine ever, and that machine will process one job at a time, even though it could do more than one. So that thing was burning electricity, slowing down CI insanely for no reason, because it was so goddamn stupid. And it was reported. It has been reported. An APR was given to GitHub for years. It's insane. The whole thing is absolutely insane. So that is one problem. Another problem is that if you want to run the GitHub agent, like if you want to have FreeBSD CI, you can't, or rather, you have to make a janky system where you have to have the runner run on a different machine, and then you have to SSH into a FreeBSD machine, because you cannot run the GitHub runner on FreeBSD. Why? Because that stupid goddamn runner depends on .NET. You need to have the .NET runtime available on your OS. So yeah, that is the case. That's how it is. It's insanely moronic. It's absurd. So why does the thing need to be written in C#? I don't know. It's like it's a Microsoft moment. Why does it need to have a runtime dependency on the .NET thing? I don't know. It's a Microsoft moment. And so not even all Linux distros have packaged the .NET runtime. And then if you're changing to a different OS, it might not even be implemented Like, I don't even know if you can run the .NET runtime on FreeBSD. You might not. So, long story short, you want to have FreeBSD, you want to have NetBSD CI, you want to have Haiku, you want to have any OS that is not one of the big three, then you can't. So the CI situation was annoying. Like the GitHub agent is just annoying and poorly conceived. But then there was another thing that happened. Starting a couple of months ago, GitHub started scheduling CI jobs in an inconsistent way. Basically, what would happen is you have like a bunch of PRs that come in, and then you'll maybe also have like new commits coming in into your main branch. What would happen is that the CI would start scheduling, would forget about some of the older jobs, and it would start scheduling some of the new stuff, and keep scheduling new stuff, leaving the old stuff stuck, never processed. What would happen then is that after, I don't know, a day, some days, a week, I don't remember, maybe after a while, all those scheduled jobs would time out. So you would get red PRs, like PRs would fail because those jobs were starved to death, like they just were never scheduled. And so you add all these things together, and the CI is just a gigantic problem, because you need reliable CI if you want to have a chance at moving forward a project like Zig. You know how people complain also that, oh, PRs don't get merged, etc. I mean, sure, but also if you keep having failures of all kinds in CI and like it keeps choking on that safe sleep script, etc., that also has an impact on your ability to merge PRs. So it was just a 360 degrees shit show. So that is the main reason why we moved away from GitHub. So how does that tie back to AI? This, in my opinion, ties back to AI because the company is just not looking after its infrastructure anymore. They don't care about the products that they actually have. All they're doing is joining the AI gold rush, and leaving everything to rot in the meantime. So that is, in my opinion, the extent to which AI has driven us away from GitHub. It's the same extent to which AI is ruining GitHub, in my opinion. So yeah, GitHub is an AI company, as the ex-CEO of GitHub used to say. Before getting replaced. Well, no, there's no more CEO. You know what? This is the joke that we were making at the Zig Day Nuremberg. Copilot to control. The Copilot at GitHub is not Copilot anymore. Now it's just Pilot. So yeah, this is the number one reason. It is actually infuriating to discover that the stupid GitHub runner is even like actively degrading you, like wasting your hardware, because like you do all this work, right, to try and move away from ephemeral runners that run in the cloud, inside virtual machines, inside containers, inside virtual machines. And you try hard to you get your own hardware, you run it on bare metal, you run it without containers around it in order to squeeze more efficiency out of your machines, so that, because you have a project like Zig, which is like very computationally heavy when it comes to building everything, running all tests, etc. And then you discover that they added this safe sleep thing, that at some point we log into a machine and there has been like this safe sleep script running for like a week, and we're like, what the heck is going on? And then we look at the source code and it's like, wait, how could this be? How can you make this? How can you write this? It's insane. It's absolutely insane. So maybe this can help understand why Andrew was kind of feeling strong feelings about this stuff. I do as well. is absolutely insane. And like it's the quintessential personification of the rot in our industry. So anyway, let's keep moving our software. By the way, hello Calder. Sorry, I was mid-rant. Can we expect the PRQ to be solved faster when CI is less problematic? I would assume so. I'll be honest. I'm not the one processing PRs much, so I'm sorry. How can I say? If I were to make strong promises, I would be making strong promises at the expense of other people's work, not even mine. So but for sure, if you keep having spurious failures, CI that takes forever to process PRs, that is guaranteed to not help. Now, whether that means that we're always gonna have like zero inbox for Zig PRs, I doubt it. But it will 100% make a big difference. Not only that, even navigating on the UI is faster on Codeberg than GitHub. That also adds up. Like you do that for, I don't know, like 2 years straight, you might end up saving yourself like actually months worth of wasted time by just using a faster interface, faster CI, etc. Did known folders add itself as known folders? It did. Okay, we're making progress. Opus tools. Opus tools, I think it's on me. It's in all your code base, so it's on me to auto reject large PRs. I hope Andrew doesn't censor himself for strategic messaging purposes. I generally remember that being one of the first things I liked in interacting with him on Ziggit. It's kind of a complicated subject, isn't it? I can tell you that what happened in this case is that the move to Codeberg was finalized in during my night, so they push forward with all these changes without me, which does happen, and it's like how can I say? It's normal. It's part of it. It's not like we have a. It's not like I have to be present or whatever. It just happened to be that way. And so the announcement also got out at the same time, but pretty much as soon as they, I think initially they archived the Zig repository on GitHub, something along those lines. Or in any case, as soon as the GitHub repository became not the main repository anymore, the announcement went out, which does make sense. But that also means that I didn't get a chance to review the blog post, which also doesn't mean that I would have necessarily made it perfect. Sometimes I do make people mad as well. But maybe having done a review, we could have smoothed out certain things. If I have to be honest, in my opinion, more than the things that the people got mad at, I think that blog post would have used some restructuring to make it super clear that the main reason for moving was broken CI, horribly broken CI. The blog post does say that, but it makes the strategical mistake of assuming that people have that technical expertise and experience. It makes the assumption that people understand how problematic it is for CI to be in a imperfect state. And like the vibe scheduling stuff, for example, a lot of people read that sentence and they don't bat an eye. but it is insanely bad. Like it's a huge mess because it's on top of everything. It's the one thing that you can do nothing about. Also because you even if you cancel a job and then you reschedule another CI run on APR, it's not even guaranteed to be picked up again. Like it might still end up vibe scheduled. So like you have no control over that anymore at that point. That's how bad it is. But a lot of people instead focused on other things. They thought that it was an ideological thing more than anything else, etc. Ultimately, here's the thing. In my opinion, if you think that that blog post is just ideological, it's because you're looking at the text as a mirror, which happens a lot, and all you're seeing back is your own thoughts being reflected to you. That an even remotely objective read of that blog post, or with just even a hint of knowledge of the problem space that we're in, should be enough to make you understand that that's not the problem, that the CI is the real problem. That said, from a communication perspective, the blog post did not make it clear enough that the main problem was CI. And this is something that I learned writing stuff, that it's not enough to be to say all the things. You also need to provide a clear prioritization that generally speaking needs also to match the order in which you present things in the blog post. So if you make one sentence ICE jab, and then underneath you have a full paragraph of technical reasons, because of the order in which you put things, because people read your text and like they use it as a mirror to reason about things that they already have in their head, you will end up with a non-trivial amount of people just stop at the first sentence and assume that that's the whole thing, and then they keep they go on Hacker News and comment. In a sense, they don't even reply to your blog post. They reply to themselves. They reply to what they already have in mind. Maybe in this case, it may not seem as obvious that this is what's happening because, it touches upon politics, which is a touchy subject. And but I've seen this happen also with my own blog posts. Sometimes there's somebody who, for some reason, is hyperfixating on a niche topic, very niche topic, so nothing related to politics at all. So they're hyper fixated on, I don't know, like the usage of a technical term one way instead of another, something like that. And then I do that in one tiny non-serious passage in a blog post that is about something completely different, and then people just laser focus on that and nothing else. Everything else disappears. I think you had that with Go has exceptions. Yes, that is a good point. Yes, that is another example of that. Yeah, I did get some of that with that blog post. But you always see that. You always see that. So Andrew's blog post had also this problem that that it also didn't try to compensate for that. So from my perspective, these are I probably would have, I would say almost certainly I would have tried to address these issues. Would I have taken out all the spicy language? I don't know. Maybe not. Will we start talking like, I don't know, companies do? I don't think we will. We will try to be more careful. I think we will. So I don't know. I think it's fine. Ultimately, I'll say also one thing. Ultimately, my impression is that these things seem like gigantic as long as you're online only. And, gigantic, polarizing, earth shaking. But then I went to the Zig Day in Nuremberg, for example, and then you realize that all this stuff is not exactly entirely meaningless, but it's not as important as people think it is when they are posting online. And when you're in person, it's completely different, which doesn't mean that, you're completely unopinionated when you're in person. It's different though. The discussion is different. For example, we did talk about the move to Goldberg and related drama at the Zig Day in Nuremberg, but I don't know. It was just a normal discussion, and that said, I will say, in the United States, your mileage might vary. I suspect, but it's on you guys to solve that. I can't do anything about it. But that said, I'm happy to chat about this and answer questions if anybody has any. So don't feel I don't know, don't feel awkward in asking questions. Although let's just not go through all the let's not do the politics part though. I don't want to talk about American politics. Okay, all your code base, Opus tools. What is my D2 server? So D2 is a joke name and stands for Discord 2. I'm working on a Discord replacement, or rather, let's say that Discord is the starting point. Obviously, I'm not trying to make a one-to-one copy. I want to make it, but it is a chat application where you can do instant messaging and where you can do group voice calls and screen sharing. That is the core. It is the core, and instead of gamers, it's aimed at open source software development. So you're a group of people working on a project together, and you make a D2 server. D2, by the way, is a temporary name. It's a joke name. We call it D2 for Discord 2, but it's not going to be called Discord 2, of course. So you set up a D2 server locally. So everybody runs their own server, kind of like people used to do back when TeamSpeak and Ventrilo were a thing. And you invite people in your server, and then you can have your tiny community there. The reason why I'm working on this is because, it's because it happened a while ago, right? That a bunch of people went away from Discord, and everybody went on to different things. Some people went on Zulip, some people were somewhere else. Some people just went back to IRC and abandoned all other places. Some people say poor souls went to Matrix. Sorry, I don't like Matrix. So my point is that this is going to be one solution that it's not going to be, not everybody is going to like it, obviously. Like no matter what I choose, there's no option that appeases everybody at the same time. But the good news is that this should be an open source solution. Right now, the project is not open source. It's just so incomplete that I have yet to open source it. But the idea is that it's a solution that doesn't shitify, because right now the thing is that the reality is that Discord is it's not going to last forever. Like it gets more annoying every passing year because they keep adding crap to it. But also, that it's either going to go public, be sold to Microsoft, or like it is in the process of shitifying. Not super hard, but it's not done in shitifying yet. So it is pretty much guaranteed that eventually Discord will become inhospitable. So the idea is that this tool is meant to be the opposite of that. It's meant to be something that does not shitify, that you can self-host, and that hopefully we can make good enough, because with all due respect, I do not trust GNU people or GNU adjacent people to get something like chat applications, to make chat applications that I would be willing to use, with all due respect. but that is my impression from history. Now, will I be able to make a chat application that is good enough for people to use? That remains to be seen. I might not be able to, but in any case, I'm attempting this. We'll see. So I'm using the VUI for the client, But right now, I'm not going to touch the client because so this project has been stuck. So here's up to which point I'm at right now. I have a client and I have a server. I have the ability to have clients connect to the server, and they can join a voice channel, and you can hear each other. So I'm using Opus for compression. I'm using port audio. I'm using port audio to access sound cards, and I have a super simple UDP protocol to send packets around and tell you which user they belong to, so that you can also have the right person light up in the UI. I've done a little bit more UI prototyping. It doesn't look particularly good. It's just a bunch of like simple DVUI elements slapped together. But I did remember taking some time to design the life cycle of things, like you try to join the call, but it takes a while to be able to join the call. So what happens if you try to interrupt the call while it's not fully set up yet? So I just wanted to make sure that this whole life cycle would resolve nicely every single time. I don't know how much of that will survive the rewrite. But in any case, so the client we're not going to look at right now because DVUI needs to be updated to 0.16. And in any case, and so I'm starting from the server. One reason why I stopped developing the D2 for a while is because I was using libxcv for async IO, and libxcv has a horrible bug in the way it deals with UDP on macOS. Just like we did in the standard library back when we had async await, it's the same problem. Everybody apparently stumbles upon it, which is annoying. But in any case, now we don't have that in the standard library, in the Zig standard library, thankfully. We have IO.threaded doesn't care because it's blocking IO, but also the other still incomplete implementations, well, or more importantly, the still incomplete but existing KQ implementation doesn't suffer from this problem. So I swear I'm going to make my own Discord too. What do you mean? You already have D3 in the name. You can go make Discord 3 at this point. So yeah, I'm happy to get rid of libxcv, or rather, I'm happy to be able to get rid of libxcv because now in the standard library we have an implementation that is going to be good enough. And what else? Yeah, it's going to be good enough, and it's also going to be a real world use case that that we can use to decide how to design async, because we're still in the process of designing bits and pieces of async IO. So I was showing earlier today this discussion on Zulip. There's so many tiny details that need to be fleshed out, but yeah. And by the way, as a reminder, I've been named this since early 1991. I predate Blizzard Entertainment and the game they named after me. Really? Okay, so let's fix Opus tools. We need to update this bad boy. Hello, Neil Pointer. Oh no. Can we do this? Maybe. Okay, we need a fingerprint. Actually, do we really want to do this? So let's see, define C macro. But this could very well be add module, right? So now I'm curious, what if we do this? There's no define C macro in a module. Interesting. Oh, it just add C macro. Okay. Thank you. There's no is arm in there. You can't do link libc in a module. You know what? I think this is gonna get better. I agree that it's I agree that it's I don't know, it's a problem, but I really think it's gonna get better going forward. Maybe not for everybody, but for some people, at least for people, let's say Zig adjacent, it's gonna be better. Link library. This link library. I do link libc in a module all the time. Well, glad that it works for you guys. I don't know what's up with my Zig. I have a broken Zig, apparently. There's no link libc in here. It's goner. It is goner. So I can define macros, but I can't link libc. That is it is interesting. That is indeed interesting. Should I make it a lib then? Oh, right. It's an option now. You're right. Actually, we can even do it here, right? Tell me we can do it in here. Oh, yes, we can. Okay. There's no install header. Oh, there you go. I think this one is genuinely not available on modules, right? Can people confirm this? I mean, yeah, I know that this by itself doesn't work because I'm getting an error. I don't think there's I don't think this has been renamed, right? I think for this we need to make a static library if we want to get this behavior. This is Opus tools, right? Yeah. Okay, we should be happy now. Okay, we never had a stepping test. Awesome. Uh oh god. Okay. What is all ever even did? Um Apparently from our dependency we want to take out this guy because we want to expose this guy. Yeah, mod probably doesn't. I ended up doing it against a library. So I defined a library with static linkage and root module mode, and I gave it this thing. So I think that we made this strictly better than it was before. It might not be perfect, but it does everything that it was doing before. Add include path. Add include path. Oh, that is a good point. Thank you. Yes. From a library, you also want to install an header so that if you want to, like, because to use the static library from the outside, you will probably want to have access to this header. But from a module perspective, you're right. You only care about the include path, which we already do. So in theory, that means that we should be able, as users of this package, I think that previously we were using this package is a static library. I think that now we should be able to upgrade to just using the module directly. Is it guided on an official doc? It is. Yes, it's maintained by Soapstone, who has been moving a while ago. So I don't know if he's been able to keep up to speed. Okay, so this is good. I'm happy. We should probably add some CI to this stuff. You know what? Steal this from Zine. Nah, I'll steal this from another all your code base project. What do we have in here that is also all your code base but more serious? Port audio. Never mind. Port audio also doesn't have CI. God damn it, man. Okay, you know what? We do it another time. Okay. So Opus tools should be better now in theory. The fuck did I do? Forgot to update the zone file. No, I did not. Wait a second. Oh, I know what the problem is. I need to delete the old one, and I need to go into my build script and then Opus tools. Yeah, and we also need to change some things. In any case, this is the client, so we don't care. We just care that it kind of works. Okay, so now we're getting problems with the port audio build script because it's obsolete. Again, we don't care about it fully working. Zig is also a Git client. The package manager does understand Git without you needing to have Git installed in your system. I don't know if it links against libgit or if it knows what to do on its own. I think it doesn't. I think it knows what to do on its own. But in that sense, yes. Yeah, so Zig Fetch understands tarballs, zip files, Git repositories, and you can depend on any of these things. When you depend on a Git repository, you can specify any Git ref. So you can say fetch this repository at this commit, at this branch, which implies the head commit of that branch, at this tag. And whenever you specify a ref that is not a commit, Zig will first solve it to a commit, because you don't want to have in your zone file that you're depending on a moving target. You want that like on tags can be reassigned to different commits. So you don't want to say, oh, I'm depending on this tag, and then the tag move is floating, like head, for example. Head is a valid tag, but it's a valid ref, but it's a moving target. So it first resolves it to a commit always, and then that's what you end up depending on. But it also writes down as a tiny bit of metadata whether you were depending on that commit explicitly, or if you were depending on a ref, on a different kind of ref. Okay, setting that aside. So yeah, all these things are fine. ZigFetch will download and extract anything that needs extracting, and that's it. It does not understand submodules though. So like if your Git repository has submodules in it, that is a problem, because Zig will not try to init them. But you know what? I'll come out. I will make a political statement, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. You should not be using the Git modules anyway. So, Git submodules anyway. I don't know. I agree with Andrew in not liking them. So it is what it is. Okay, so I would say at this point I think we should unwire Opus and all the other dependencies. I don't know why I did this with Opus tools even. I think we should just unwire everything that we're not using. We're not really using any of these guys anymore, so just unwire them and we should be fine. Yeah, I'm sorry. I outed myself. Now you know my political color, and unless you are of the exact same shade, the only thing you can do is yell at me. And I will be sure to return the favor. I heard Zig is moving off of GitHub. Already happened. We are officially on Codeberg, have been for a few days. The move started actually a few months ago, because we obviously needed to test that we could do the move, because it's not obvious that you cannot take for granted that everything that you were able to do with GitHub you're going to be able to do with another thing. And actually the Codeberg people were nice. They actually unblocked us with certain things, like canceling CI runs. Okay, what are we doing here? We're going to build.zig and we're removing everything. Yeah, so we need to also comment this stuff out. Comment audio backend is just setup server. Okay, and now we need to fix whatever we're doing here in setup server. By the way, I was chatting with some people in the core team a while ago, and I was suggesting that we remove add module versus create module, and instead we only leave create module. And same with these guys, like instead of add executable, create executable, basically you only we only keep the create variants, or this is not fully precise. More precisely, when you do add module, you're also publishing it. When you do create module, you're not publishing it for consumers to refer to. What I was suggesting is to only have creation, as in the non-publishing version of those functions, and then when you want to publish it, so let's say that I do this const mod equals b.add add module. You need to give it a name, my mod, because that's what people from the outside, like dependents of this package, will have to use to get access to that module. And then, here you specify all the other things like the root file, etc. So the idea is to not have this anymore, and instead we only have create module, which doesn't allow you to give it a name because it's not meant to be that stuff. And instead, brace for impact, you do this. You call publish on things that you want to publish. What do you think about that? That was my suggestion. It was actually fairly well received. Okay, apparently we failed to find the module named folders. So we'll have to investigate maybe what known folders is doing. Yeah, unable to find module folders. We kind of knew that because ZLS was already telling us. So I don't know. What did the known folders people do? Oh, did they rename it to known folders? I bet you that they renamed it to known folders. Hey, two-step, hello. I bet you that it's like this. No. Is it uppercase? Publish should receive name. Good point. Yes, it should. Yeah. Oh, I think that was it. I think we succeeded. We succeeded, and now, so it was known folder with an uppercase dash. And man, that is such an unfortunate thing that happened with how these names have changed. They should have changed the name of this module. Wait, they have, because this guy used to work. How hard is it to have something similar to cargo? Extremely hard, because it would require us to downgrade from what we already have. Dub. No, cargo is... So, Zig build is meant to be everything that cargo is, or, maybe not a one-to-one mapping, but the point is that cargo is the package manager of Rust. And we are not going to have a separate command. It's going to be part of Zig build, or maybe some other supporting commands, like, for example, we have Zig fetch to add stuff to our build.zone file, which is our project manifest. But we're missing some features. For example, we don't have version resolution, but we're not going to do version resolution the same way that cargo does. And the way that cargo does version resolution is insanely bad. You know what? Let's go back to the political stuff. You know what? I used to not be very vocal about this, but now that the political wind is changing, now I feel energized, and now I'm gonna make my voice stronger, and I'm gonna lash out at people that I was faking agreement with in the past. But long story short. Version resolution that is not minimal version selection is extremely problematic, and I think that by now we should have learned this lesson. Maybe MBS is not perfect. I'm sure that eventually, as more people use it, more people will occasionally have trouble with it. But I find it insane that people have been seeing what's been happening in the news. You know what? This actually does sound like a political thing. It is insane that people have been seeing what has been happening in the news and they do nothing. Or the only thing that they do is try to put a plaster on a, on a gaping hole of a wound to the point that the plaster does nothing. So I'm referring, there was this thread on lobsters titled, I think lobsters was cooled down. Oh yeah, of course I'm getting food suggestions. Yeah, normally I would be delighted to see that, but it would be lobster.rs cooldown. We should all be using dependencies cooldowns. It was this blog post, and what this is saying is that basically, okay, the baseline is that a lot of package managers, Cargo, NPM, and a few more, they always do the thing where if you say that you want a dependency at version 1, they will assume that everything under 1, because according to server is supposed to be compatible, they will upgrade you silently. Let's say that you, let's be even slightly more precise so that we can like zero in on the core problem with this. You say that you want a dependency on package version 1.5, then when 1.5.1, when 1.5.2 or 0.3 come out, the package manager will silently, automatically upgrade you to that. Why? Because it's a patch release and it's supposed to only provide improvements and not break compatibility. And so, there's no reason for you not to upgrade, except that people have been discovering that sometimes projects get taken over and a new patch release is made that contains malicious code. And so they say, okay, you know what we're going to do? We're going to do dependency cooldowns, where the idea is the thing will always try to update you, but not if the new version has been out for less than a week. And the problem is that, man, first of all, if everybody does this thing, it becomes like penguin. It's like a penguin mentality. You know, when you see in documentaries, sometimes there's like a bunch of penguins at the edge of a slope, and they know that they have to jump into the water, but they don't know what's underneath the surface. And so they're waiting for one penguin to do the first jump and see if that penguin ends up being eaten by a seal or an orca or something. Actually, do seals eat penguins? I don't remember. Orcas, I think, eat pretty much all these things, all these animals. But anyway, the point is that if everybody does a 7-weight cooldown, then sure, some bugs, some things will be caught. Yeah, exactly. You do the 7.5, right? Everybody does the 7, but you're smarter. You do the 7.5. It's so dumb, but but then also this helps only to a point. Like this is a semi solution to a problem that you shouldn't have in the first place. Why is your package manager coming up with secret mix, a mystery mix of dependency versions that was never observed before? Like, even if there wasn't a security concern, the fact that a package says that they are backwards compatible doesn't guarantee that it is. So the package actually even opens the door for you to get compile errors because somebody messed up their semantic versioning. So it shouldn't upgrade you automatically. I left a comment here that nobody cared about because I don't know. I really think that I don't know why. I find it insane that nobody cares about this stuff, but I'll read my own comments so that I stop rambling. I think this is a band-aid on a bigger problem, that is the package manager independently creating mystery mixes whenever installing and or adding a dependency. Sure, if you're locked into a non-minimum version selection ecosystem, then you will definitely gain something by adopting cooldowns, but this whole thing is a solution to a problem you shouldn't have in the first place. The best moment to vet a dependency is when you're adding or updating it as a direct dependency to your project, like literally. So in MVS, so first of all, somebody could say, well, I could pin my dependencies to specific versions. No, you can't. Or rather, you can to some degree, But what ends up happening is that everybody does that. Then you're going to have two dependencies. You have the diamond situation where you have two direct dependencies to your project, and one depends on 1.5.0 of a package, and the other one depends on 1.5.1. But if they depend on specifically those versions, then you can't version resolution anymore at this point, and your build will fail, or you will have two copies of the same thing. In any case, either case, it's suboptimal to being able to say, okay, this one wants 151, this one wants 50. Let's give 151 to both because that satisfies both. And also, the fact that this dependency wants 1.5.1 means that the maintainer of that dependency has seen 1.5.1 and has tested it, has used it. Ideally, of course, not every maintainer will be perfect, but at least a human being will have had a chance to vet the new version of that dependency. When you upgrade your dependencies, you should maybe occasionally take a look at what's new in them. So the best moment to vet a dependency is when you're adding or updating it as a direct dependency to your project. MVS leverages this property because when you do version resolution, you never, if this one is 150 and this one is 151, then you use 151 for both. In Cargo, NPM, and company, you might end up saying, oh, this one wants 150, this one wants 151, we're going to use 152, which no maintainer has ever seen. It is insane. And this doesn't only happen when you are updating your dependencies. It's already insane that it's happening there, but it also happens when users are installing a package. You, as a user, unless you use the flag to force using the log file, which again, that log file is already going to be garbage because it's already going to be infected by the randomized decision making of the package manager. But even then, if you don't use that flag, as a user, you also get an even weirder mystery mix. You're not even a developer, potentially. You're just a user. It's insane. Why is the log file not locking? I have no idea. They, like with Cargo, you have to do -- locked. If you don't pass I think locked, or I don't remember the actual flag, sorry. But unless you pass that flag, the log file will not be used. Why? Because when people design these systems, they assumed that newer is better, period. I think that the line of reasoning was that, you know what was the argument that people used to say? Is that, what if there's a security fix? You will want to have the security fix. Well, it turns out that you can also have security vulnerabilities be snuck in the new version of the library. I don't know. This whole discussion was dumb in the past, and it hasn't gotten any better. So I'll finish reading my own message. I find absurd that people are fine with their package manager unilaterally bumping up indirect dependencies, picking a version that potentially none of the direct dependents have ever once vetted or even just tested. And I find it even more absurd that this happening when users install a package without forcing usage of a log file. Yeah, but this is bad. You should not be doing this, in my opinion. It's really common to have several versions of the same library in one dep3. No, maybe I misunderstood. Yes, it is normal to have a bunch of packages that want slightly different versions of the same thing. But also, you should not be doing this because then at that point, like if you request only one specific version of a package, then either you end up with your compilation fails because there's no version resolution, or the package manager ends up including 1, 2, 3, 5, 10 different copies, slightly different copies of the same dependency. That is also bad. You do not want to have two copies of the same dependency because there is a patch version mismatch between two dependencies in your project. So it is good to be able to do version resolution, but you don't have to do version resolution that has new mystery mix versions be pulled into your build for no reason. Really, for no reason. It didn't have to be this way. The code gets streamed when optimizing, isn't it? It depends. No, or rather, maybe to some degree. It really depends. It is not guaranteed. Maybe it is true for Rust. So let's assume that Rust is, as good as it can be, but it is not going to be a one-to-one, right? Because everything that has been changed, now it's different. And here's another problem. Here's where this stuff becomes completely breaking. If you pass around, like, as long as you're using those dependencies internally, then it's fine, yes. But once you decided to pass types from that dependency around, then now those types will not match because they come from two different projects. It's not going to be the same type that gets passed around. It's going to be two different types that come from two different modules, crates, dependencies, I don't know, that also happen to have the same name. Probably, maybe they will be even byte for byte the same. Well, one to one in how they are in memory, but they will still be different things. Maybe they will be different. Like backwards compatibility doesn't even guarantee that all structs are going to have the same size, the same fields. Like if a library has private fields, like if a type has private fields that you're not supposed to be accessing directly as a user, they are able to add new fields and remove old ones as long as the public interface, like the public methods, are still the same. So you do not want multiple copies of the same library. It's oof. I would say that it's a thing that maybe you know what? It's a thing that maybe you can do in a higher level programming language where you really don't care much about the details of what you're doing. You will still be annoyed by this problem that I'm describing here, but maybe you're even using a language that it's like duck typing all over the place. So in that case, whatever. But in a lower level programming language, you're kind of squandering a lot of what you're doing. Like at that point, you might as well just be using Python. You're basically, I mean, this is a bit of an hyperbole. Obviously, these alone is not like a thing that is gonna ruin everything that you're doing, but you're kind of walking down the path of doing Python with extra steps. So, and by the way, MVS can solve this, and I don't know why people don't understand it is such a reasonable approach to this thing. You only use versions that your dependencies have mentioned. You just do not use versions that none of your dependencies have ever seen. It's such an obviously good idea. But I don't know. People have been brought up not thinking about it that way, and they don't easily put it into discussion. I will say though that I will agree that this stuff is not necessarily obvious if you haven't spent a good amount of time thinking about it. Obviously, I'm in a privileged position where thinking about this stuff is my day job. So I can say with confidence that before joining the Zig Software Foundation, if you had asked me about package management, I was still I already liked MVS, but I would not have been able to express my preference with this strength because it wasn't as clear to me what the problem landscape looked like. So yeah. You know what I find weird? The app cannot negotiate that with a program. It's a depth of like this range if app or other depth specifies this depth, else this version if I'm the one specifying it alone. Um, well, we don't have version resolution, so yeah, you cannot do this in Zig this same way that you're describing. But you know what you can do in Zig? In Zig, you can reach into your dependencies and you can you can feed them a given. You can override basically its natural dependencies. Like you can reach into. Like I can get a reference to known folders. Let's assume that known folders has a dependency on something, and I can. The idea is, let's say the known folder depends on foo. What I can do is that I add foo, a specific version of foo, as a dependency to my main project, and then I navigate into this module, and I forcefully slot in my foo inside of there, overriding whatever foo that dependency declares in its own zone file. It's I used to call it the BDFL model of a version resolution. But it's not as complete as what you're describing here, because also we don't have version resolution. I don't know if we will have anything like that once we do have version resolution, but you can do some funky stuff, at least for now. I feel like I heard every package versioning argument 100 times. Mm-hmm. What happens if you remove the old version from the package repository? An old version? I'm not sure. I think I would need a more specific example to understand what you're suggesting. Interesting crate in Rust. Idiomatic exceptions for Rust. Speed up the happy path of your result-based functions by seamlessly using exceptions for error propagation. Holy shit! Okay, I think I understand what the trick is in here. That is blowing my mind. Wait, okay, tell me if I got this right. By having result contain error payloads, you have to pay the price of moving around all those error payloads, and doesn't change much in small programs. Build a program that is complicated enough, and now you start feeling the weight. Maybe also, I would be curious about this. I know that there's a thing called any error that helps you automatically map from one result type to another result type. Does that thing do copies? Like, are you mapping, like runtime mapping those structs one against the other, so that one function can return, for example, the error case foo. Let's say the foo is a possible error case, and that the foo error case contains it's a string, and so another result type has also a string payload which corresponds to the same error case, and so maybe the string is not representative. Let's say that it's a struct, the error payload in that case. It's using type erasure, okay. So it's not copying, because I understand that you can have a problem, right, where you have, let's say you have a function that returns a struct in the case of error, and then the outer function that calls it returns roughly the same stuff, also in the case of error, but it's not the same struct. It moves the result to the heap. Okay. I feel concussed now. What the heck? Okay, so while this guy instead is okay, so here's my guess on this. So this library is going to make you leave a result mostly empty, if not completely empty, And then it's using actual exceptions. So it's using stuck unwinding to pass around error payloads. Is that what it's doing? Let's see. Stick IEX on all the functions that return result to make them return an efficiently propagatable IEX result. Apply question mark just like usual and occasionally call into result when you need a real result. It's that intuitive. Gets rid of branching in the happy path. So, yeah. Okay, it doesn't say explicitly, but I'm assuming that that's what it does. Like, let's see what it says. Gets rid of branching in the happy path. So that means that you don't check for results. You don't check for the result, the actual active case of result anymore, because it's expecting to use exceptions, like stuck unwinding. This is memory usage by never explicitly storing the error or the enum discriminant. Enables the compiler to use registers instead of memory. Yeah, it turns error into catchable panics. That's yeah. That is slightly different way of, it's the same concept that I was referring to. Yes, catchable panics are basically stuck unwinding. Yeah. So in Zig we pay this. Enables the compiler to use registers instead of memory when wrapping small objects in OK. I don't know about this one. Maybe. In any case, we do pay this in Zig. We choose to. But stuck unwinding is not free. There is a cost to supporting stuck unwinding. And I have to be honest, I have not done any work of that kind myself. So I have this general impression that I don't want to have all the machinery necessary to support stuck unwinding in my executables. But you know, it's a general impression. It's not based on concrete knowledge of exactly what it is that you need to do to support that. And so what is basically, because this bullet point list is telling you about the good parts of this. It's not telling you about the price that you have to pay for this stuff, because there's a price there as well. Yeah, makes you either return okay or panic. Yep. So I don't know. That is interesting to know. That is definitely another example of, well, Rust does definitely have exceptions. I remember where we were pointing out that Rust does have exceptions because it has quote unquote catchable panics. But also, how does this interact with destructors, for example? I'm trying to think of, you know that there is the problem where you have, for example, a mutex and you panic while holding a mutex, and then stuck unwinding happens and the mutex never gets released. So, and I'm guessing that in Rust, to make sure that, to guarantee that the mutex gets released, there's a destructor that runs at scope end, something like that. So if you return a normal result, you will definitely release the lock. But if you do stuck unwinding, I mean, you can definitely make it work. This is just like ultimately this is just a different mechanism to obtain something that is roughly equivalent. My question is just that if this is implemented as a user space implementation, is this going to guarantee that the lock ends up not being corrupted when you're using a panic to return? Again, I am 1 bajillion% confident that if the language were to implement this, it would be able to get this right. No doubt. I'm just curious about whether a userland implementation can pull this off. Isn't stack unwinding the reason why Rust depends on libstd C++ or one or the other C++ RTLibs? I think it's not libstd C++. I think it's called. I think it's just libunwind, right? By the way, I'm not a super expert, so for all I know, it might very well even be a part of libstd C++. But yeah, I think it's called libunwind. Yeah, they do depend on it, I believe. They could, in theory, make their own implementation. But yeah. Rust does run drop on panic. Okay, there we go. So basically the language already guarantees that. Okay, so if that is the case, then I guess that the implementation is fully sound. I don't have a strong opinion, honestly. My impression is that given how everything works in Rust, it's a reasonable tool to have, and occasionally, I guess, it can make things nice. I would be curious to see exactly how much cost there is in having non-exception results. So basically what we also have in Zig. So like vanilla Rust and what we also have in Zig versus this approach. But yeah, I don't have a strong opinion. I mean, thank you for sharing. I'm actually thankful to have learned about it. And that it is a possibility. What else? I do think that these mechanisms are kind of error prone. So while the fact that this is a thing makes me think that the library is overall sound and usable, I think there might be cases where you're trying to do something weird, and the fact that you are panicking, the fact that you do stack unwinding can cause trouble with what you're trying to achieve. I don't know precisely what. It might be something to do with I don't know, signal handlers, that kind of stuff. The moment that you're trying to do something weird, something that is not the standard stuff with an executable, I wonder if we might encounter problems there. But again, it's a tool. You just don't opt into it if that's what you're doing. Cool story, though. Really cool story. Okay, let's start fixing our main program, because we're finally now having trouble in server.zig, because server.zig is using a bunch of dependencies that don't exist anymore. So we're rolling now. We're definitely rolling. So let's take a look at our dependencies. SCD built-in. So let's move built-in above. SCD allocator. XCV, not anymore. Options, yes. We can leave it here. D2.zig, yes. Database. I think we're going to remove database because we are temporarily turning it off. Oh, but I do depend on it, don't I? For initialization. Oh, that actually does suck. You know what? I think I might end up deciding to update my server, like my SQLite dependency, just so that we can get to a running state. And then I'll do the work to take it out afterwards. We'll see. GPA impl, general purpose allocator. What? No, we're not doing that anymore. The way we're doing it is like this. BLK. I mean, we need to start doing this in the standard library, like directly. We need std.heap.default allocator. Um, what about single-threaded builds of the server? I don't think we are going to support single-threaded builds of the server. So if I guess we just use debug allocator if it's in debug mode, basically. Mm. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, okay. Let's do it like this. There we go. We use SMP allocator as a GPA if we're not in debug mode. In debug mode, we use debug allocator. And that's it. We're just going to need to also make sure we branch correctly when doing the init. Client pool, UDP pool, whatever. Oh shit. Oh shit. No global loop. XCV UDP. I don't know what this is going to be. This needs to become something. I don't know though the type yet, or I guess we're going to learn. Then log scoped server. Yeah, I'm going to put that one up here. Then state host segmented list TCP message clients TCP index. Oof, Jesus, so much stuff. Okay, let's start from our main function. Okay, let's start with the main function. So first of all, defer if built-in dot mode debug, and we're doing this. Or can we do this? No. Segmented list is dead. No, really? Why? It was so reasonable. If SMP allocator is designed for multi-threaded mode, what should be used for single-threaded mode? Well, you can use debug allocator, but debug allocator is not going to be super good. You can use debug allocator out of debug mode. It's just that it's going to be, it's not a super powerful allocator. So the answer is we don't have a very good implementation for now if you're doing single-threaded. My suggestion would be if you care about having a decent allocator in single-threaded mode, you can use C allocator. Like you just link libc and you use malloc, and you can there's std.heap.c allocator, which is a Zig interface to the libc malloc implementation, and that one is going to be decent, and you can use it in single-threaded mode. But still, we don't have like, you know, the optimal thing. So args with allocator GPAs, keep the name. Okay. Subcommand, missing subcommand. It's either init or run. What does init do? It calls database.init. A lot of this stuff is not fully implemented yet, so I wonder how necessary this is. Yeah, I think we are loading. Like eventually, we're gonna want to have these tables, so it's not like you can't have them. You know what? We're gonna pull back. We're gonna put back the SQLite dependency so that we can make everything work. Maybe let's do that first. So we do it like this, maybe. So here we have database. Database wants SQLite. Let's resuscitate SQLite Oh, I completely nuked it. Well, fuck. So this is the project. Is there a 0.16 version of it? It's updated to 0.15. Oh no. Oh, there's a mise.toml file in here. Why? Oof. Okay. So we want master branch. I don't know. I guess we'll see how it goes. Fetching that package is taking a little bit too long. It definitely should not be taking this long. What is going on, man? It's a what? Wait, what? Does it depend on something that's in turn that is like insane? Is this that it's problematic? Hello? Hello, Zihad. What the heck is going on? Is it the SQLite website that is down or something? What the heck? Oh yeah, look at this. It's downloading a 2.8 megabyte tarball and it is slow. It is slow. Holy shit. Okay, well, I guess we let it cook. Can we stop this thing? Cancel download. Okay. Are you working on Zine? Not right now. Right now, I'm working on a Discord replacement. And I'm trying to update it to newest Zig. And I'm enjoying this process. So there's something going wrong in here, huh? SQLite should not be this slow to download, but I guess it is. Uh-oh. You know what we can do in the meantime? Check what I just found. They're talking about us. So 44 comments. Okay, let's see how much stuff LWN got right. It's review time. Let's see how well tech journalism is doing. So Darok Alden wrote Zig's new plan for asynchronous programs. Let's take a look. GitHub servers issue, but I mean, this is not GitHub, because my dependency is on GitHub, yes, but it's depending in turn on a download from SQLite.org, and that is what's slow for me. At the very least, it might be slow also for other people, but it is slow for me at the very least. Okay, article review time. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna spam about this in case other people are interested. We're doing content now. Okay. Okay, let's see how well they do. Hey X2. The designers of the Zig programming language have been working to find a suitable design for asynchronous code for some time. By the way, the fact that they're using asynchronous and not concurrent, it fills me with expectation. It fills me with expectation because it means that they have appreciated the distinction they were trying to make, and the things that you unlock by making the distinction. I mean, that you unlock if you have an ecosystem that supports that kind of stuff. If you, like, for example, trying to make a distinction between async and concurrent in, I don't know, C#, it's not really gonna yield to any practical advantage for you because the ecosystem completes the two concepts. So, but in our case, there's something to gain. Let's see. Zig is a carefully minimalist language, and its initial design for asynchronous I/O did not fit well with its other features. So this is pointing to the 0.5 documentation. Okay. Now the project has announced. I mean, this point is. I would say that this sentence is slightly imprecise because there wasn't anything particularly wrong with the old async design, as in, well, it had the problem that it was conflating asynchrony and concurrency. So that was definitely a problem. But at the time, we didn't even know that you could make this distinction. So, anyway, but fair. Now the project has announced in a Zig Showtime video a new approach to asynchronous I/O that promises to solve the function coloring problem and allows writing code that will execute correctly using either synchronous or asynchronous I/O. Beautiful. In many languages, including Python, JavaScript, and Rust, asynchronous code uses special syntax. This can make it difficult to reuse code between synchronous and asynchronous parts of the program, introducing a number of headaches for library authors. Languages that don't make a syntactical distinction, such as Haskell, essentially solve the problem by making everything asynchronous, which typically requires the language runtime to bake in ideas about how programs are allowed to execute. Neither of those options was deemed suitable for Zig. Its designers wanted to find an approach that did not add too much complexity to the language and still permitted fine control over asynchronous operations, and it still made it relatively painless to actually write high-performance event-driven I/O. The new approach solves this by hiding asynchronous operations behind a new generic interface, I/O. If I wanted to be pedantic about terminology, I/O does not hide asynchronous operation behind a generic interface. It will hide non-blocking I/O. Like the I/O implementation will perform non-blocking I/O. Maybe it will. I guess it will do coroutine yielding if you're using an I/O implementation that uses coroutine yielding. It is not a generic interface. That is a good point. Although, if you interpret the term generic as in generics, yes, you're totally right, because it's a runtime polymorphic interface. But if you assume that generic is used to say, like under a general interface that has multiple implementations, then yeah, that's fine. That said, no, it doesn't. I/O does not hide asynchronous operations. It's on you, the user of I/O, to use I/O.async. Like I/O itself, inside of itself, it doesn't call I/O.async. Or, well, that's technically not exactly true, because, well, what it does is that it might call I/O.concurrent internally, because to implement async, you can do try I/O.concurrent, otherwise run the function immediately. So some implementations do that, but tiny details like this aside, in general, async is something that you do as a user of the interface, not as an implementer of it. Anyway, any function that, by the way, all this stuff is minor. Like I'm being super pedantic, but so far so good. Any function that needs to perform an I/O operation will need to have access to an instance of the interface. Typically, that is provided by passing the instance to the function as a parameter, similar to Zig's allocator interface for memory allocation. Yep. The standard library will include two built-in implementations of the interface, I/O.threaded and I/O.evented. Yes. The former uses synchronous operations, except where explicitly asked to run things in parallel. With a special function, see below, in which case it uses threads. Okay, I think this is a bit imprecise, but I think this is still pointing in the right direction. So the reason, so here's what a literal reading of this tells me. That I/O.threaded will not do any form of concurrency except when you use I/O.concurrent. That is not exactly true. It will do things concurrently also if you call I/O.async. And also, parallelism is not a concept that you really observe at that level. So, again, let's learn together. Okay, so that we get used to these ideas. Like, you need to hammer on the terminology so that you, by getting your terminology right, it takes you fewer brain cycles to reason about the concept. Parallelism is the property of a system where if doing task T, let's say task X takes T amount of time, when you're able to run multiple X operations in parallel, then it means that you can do N time X operations, and those will still take T time instead of taking N times T time, right? You'll do more than one thing in a total amount of time that is still the same amount of time that it would take you to do only one of these things. If that is the case, then you'll run those things in parallel. In a computer, CPU cores are an example of a unit of parallelism. The more CPU cores you have, the more things you can do in parallel. SIMD registers are an example of a unit of parallelism. A SIMD register allows you to have multiple instances of the data and run the same operation on all those multiple instances kind of all at once. There's some nuance there because I don't know. It might be that that you have a CPU where doing a simple scalar addition takes fewer cycles than doing a SIMD addition. But ultimately, if the SIMD addition instruction makes any sense, then it might still take more than one cycle, but it should take fewer cycles than if you were to just schedule all those additions one after another on the CPU. So long story short, the thing that they said with operation X run multiple times and T being the time that it takes to run the operation, I think you could still argue that it is parallelism, even if running n times the operation X, you don't get only T time, you get 1.2 times T. So like you have a price. There's extra overhead for this parallelism, but as long as you're getting a number that is lower than n times T, you're winning and you're running things in parallel, at least to some degree. There's other examples of parallelism. So there is parallelism that exists in the context of concurrency and threads and async IO. There's parallelism that doesn't play into that. So for example, SIMD is a type of parallelism that has very little to do with threads. There's also when you have like a hard drive and you're doing DMA, the CPU can tell the hard drive, please fill this range of memory with bytes from, I don't know, like these sectors, these offsets into your memory. And the hard drive can do that independently of the CPU. That is another source of parallelism because the CPU can do other stuff while the hard drive is busy doing that. In any case, so a very literal read of this might make you think that with the threaded implementation, only IO concurrent will do stuff concurrently. So let's mentally change this parallel to things concurrently. That is not true, but I still think that I'm still thinking that this would be explained better later on. Let's see. The latter, which is still a work in progress, uses an event loop and asynchronous IO. This should be non-blocking IO. You see how getting the terminology right really helps you understand things. And this is not horribly wrong, right? The whole idea is correct. It's just that by using these terms kind of interchangeably and not giving them their precise slot, you make everything more imprecise. Like stuff is slightly out of focus. So it uses non-blocking IO. That is what we want to. This is the key distinction between IO.threaded and IO.evented. IO.threaded uses blocking IO. IO.evented uses non-blocking IO. IO.threaded uses normal read-write syscalls, while IO.evented will use IO o-ring on Linux. It will open sockets with the non-blocking flag. It will use, I don't know, KQ on macOS, etc. So, nothing in the design prevents a Zig programmer from implementing their own version. However, so Zig's users retain their fine control over how the program executes. Yeah. Lawrence Crow, one of Zig's community organizers, wrote an explanation of the new behavior to justify the approach. Synchronous code is not much changed other than using the standard library functions. Sorry, let me reread that because I've been I lost focus. Synchronous code is not much changed other than using the standard library functions that have been moved under IO, he explained. Correct. Functions like the example below, which don't involve explicit asynchronicity. Oh no, they're going for the other way of saying asynchrony. That's fine. Will continue to work. This example creates a file, sets the file to close at the end of the function, and then writes a buffer of data to the file. It uses Zig try keyboard to handle errors and defer to ensure the file is closed. The return type, bank void, indicates that it could return an error, but doesn't return any data. Correct. If this function is given an instance of IO.threaded, it will create the file, write the data to it, and then close it using ordinary system calls. Correct. If it is given an instance of io.evented, it will use instead io_uring, KQ, or some other asynchronous non-blocking backend suitable to the target operating system. Correct. In doing so, it might pause the current execution and go work on a different asynchronous function. To be able to do so, the other thing needs to be concurrent. It's not asynchronous. Asynchronous is not enough. It needs to be concurrent because, okay, we mentioned that parallelism, CPU cores are the unit of parallelism. What is concurrency? Concurrency is the ability of a system to take a task, which we can simplify as being a function, execute it up to a point, pause execution, switch to another task, execute that one as well up to a point, pause it, and then return to the original task. That is concurrency. So in a computer, your unit of concurrency, like the quintessential unit of concurrency are threads. And here's the interesting thing. Concurrency does not need parallelism. So if you have a single core computer, a single core CPU that supports multi-threading, you will still get concurrency. You will still be able to get concurrency because the CPU will be able to run a thread, pause it, switch to another thread, run it for a while, pause it, switch back to the original thread, and continue its execution. You will not get any parallelism advantage. So if you have concurrency, you can get parallelism out of concurrency, generally speaking. But you could say that if you can exploit concurrency to obtain parallelism, but it's not a hard dependency pretty much ever in order to be able to complete execution. So a single core computer that has multi-threading works fine. And what else? So this idea of pausing execution and going to work on something else, that is concurrency. You're switching to another coroutine. Or you're switching to another coroutine for using a very like generic definition of coroutine. So you're switching to a different thread, you're switching to a different green thread, you're switching to another stackless coroutine, you're switching to another one of those. So between those things. And so an asynchronous function, like something that is asynchronous instead, is something that doesn't need to synchronize with the rest of the code. It's something that can be done independently, at least to some degree. So in any case, either way, the operation is guaranteed to be complete by the time write all returns. A library author writing a function that involves I/O doesn't need to care about which of these things the ultimate user of the library chooses to do. Yeah. Just got an oral I/O toothbrush. And on Twitch, nice. And people say that tailored advertisements are ineffective. Like, what better ad could you get than this one? Just think about it. Anyway. On the other hand, suppose that a program wanted to save two files. These operations could profitably be done in parallel. If a library author wanted to enable that, they could use the I/O interface's async function to express that it does not matter which order the two files are saved in. Yes. When using an I/O.threaded instance, the async function doesn't actually do anything asynchronously. It just runs the provided function right away. That is wrong. That is wrong. I/O.async will use multiple threads up to a limit. So it will use multiple threads. It will try to give you parallelism as long as it can, but it is not guaranteed to do so. If you run, like if for some reason you run out of resources necessary to spawn new threads, maybe you have an OS that puts hard limits on your program, and it only allows your program to spawn a second thread, and it will deny a third thread. Then what happens is that here we spawn a second thread to run this. Here we try to spawn a third thread to run this. We fail because the OS doesn't allow us to do that. And in that case, we just run save file immediately. So I/O.threaded will try to run things let's say, at the same time as much as it can, because that's how you hopefully get parallelism. But it will not, it is not forced to do so. In case we run out of resources, then this runs immediately and everything is fine. So with that version of the interface, the function first saves file A and then file B. With an io.evented instance, the operations are actually asynchronous. Now, god damn it. You see how these terms actually do slot well once you understand the definitions that we use. So these functions are naturally asynchronous because one doesn't care about the other. They are always going to be asynchronous in that sense. So here, if you're running with io.event, you are running them concurrently. So first of all, this is not exactly precise with regards to how our stuff works. So there's a small imprecision in here. But most importantly, the operations are going to be concurrent. So they are in io.evented, they will run on two different coroutines. Or rather, even in this case, here, this is the key point of io.async. We will try to spawn a new green thread for each one of these guys, but maybe we run out of memory at some point, or we run out of some stuff, or like we hit some limit, at which point we will run the function immediately. So in both cases, that behavior is still going to be the same. All that said, it is more likely that you run out of threads than you run out of green threads, because usually, I don't know what the numbers are, but I think you can spawn like an order of magnitude more green threads than actual OS threads. Which, I mean, I think it's reasonable ultimately for it to be the case. And also, I will say this, my information might be outdated because I think this was definitely the case in the past. I don't know new OS developments, what they have, what they ended up, like if today it's actually, OS threads are actually much cheaper than in the past. You can spawn roughly 1,000 OS threads before you really screw yourself. Yeah, you can definitely spawn way more than those in green threads. For sure. Especially after we have like everything fully designed on our end in terms of sizing. The real advantage of this approach is that it turns asynchronous code into a performance optimization. The first version of the program or library can write normal straight line code. Later, if asynchronicity proves to be useful for performance, the author can come back and write it using asynchronous operations. If the ultimate user of the function has not enabled asynchronous execution, nothing changes. If they have, though, the function becomes faster transparently. Nothing about the function signature or how it interacts with the rest of the code base changes. Yes. One problem, however, is with programs where two parts are actually required to execute simultaneously for correctness. For example, suppose that a program wants to listen for connections on a port and simultaneously respond to user input. That is a good one, yes. In that scenario, it wouldn't be correct to wait for the connection and only ask for the user input. It wouldn't be correct to wait for a connection and only then ask for user input. Yes. For that use case, the I/O interface provides a separate function, async concurrent, which we renamed to concurrent, that explicitly asks the provided function to be run in parallel. I/O.threaded uses a thread in a thread pool to accomplish this. I/O.evented treats it exactly the same as a normal call to async. This is the same misunderstanding from before that it's bleeding down. It's not exactly like this. Well, I'm not gonna annoy everybody about this because we already know how this works. But yeah, if the programmer uses async where they would have used async concurrent, this is a bug. Zig's new model does not and cannot prevent programmers from writing in correct mode, so there are still some subtleties to keep in mind when adapting existing code to use the new interface. The style of code that results from this design is a bit more verbose than languages that give asynchronous functions special syntax, but Andrew Kelly, creator of the language, said that it reads like standard idiomatic Zig code. In particular, he noted that this approach lets the programmer use all of Zig's typical control flow primitives, such as try and defer, and it doesn't introduce any new language features specific to asynchronous code. That is definitely correct. This is what Andrew has said. This is one of the goals of this design. And I mean, yeah, we don't have a special syntax for this stuff. It's just all userland because of that. And it is userland, and it also integrates reasonably well with try and defer. To demonstrate this, Andrew Kelly gave an example of using the new interface to implement asynchronous DNS resolution. I think that this was only demoed in at Zigtoberfest, I believe. I don't think this has been demoed before, so good job. The author of this post has also seen that, I believe. The standard get other info function for querying DNS information falls short because although it makes requests to multiple servers in parallel, it waits for all the queries to complete before returning an answer. Kelly's example, Zig code returns the first successful answer, canceling single L canceling. That is another interesting choice. What's funny is that asynchronicity, apparently, it's not an English, like American English word, according to their dictionaries, but also but canceling with a single L is the most used form in American English. So pedantic. Yeah, I know, but you know why? It's because for me, canceling with a single L is so weird. I'm used to the idea of canceling with a strong L. So you want to double it. And when I read this, in my mind, it's like it's canceling, like in Zerglings or like Ziglings. I don't know. Anyway, another in-flight request. The other in-flight request. Okay. Asynchronous I/O in Zig is far from done, however. I/O.evented is still experimental and it doesn't have implementations for all supported operating systems yet. A third kind of I/O, one that is compatible with WebAssembly, is planned, although as that issue details, implementing it depends on some other new language features. Yes, the original pull request for I/O lists 24 planned follow-up items, most of which still need work. Still, the overall design of asynchronous code in Zig appears to be set. Zig has not yet had its 1.0 release because the community is still experimenting with the correct way to implement many features. Asynchronous I/O was one of the larger remaining priorities, along with native code generation, which was also enabled by default for debug builds on some architectures this year. Zig seems to be steadily working its way towards a finished design, which should decrease the number of times Zig programmers are asked to rewrite their I/O because the interface has changed again. What is this again link? Writergate. Yeah, it's fair. Okay, there is one misunderstanding with regards to the semantics of async, but I would say it's ultimately a minor one. I think it's big enough that it should warrant fixing, but it doesn't detract from the overall narrative, which has been definitely understood by the author. So I would say overall good quality article. Again, not perfect, but I don't know if anybody from that contributes to LWN is watching this. I would say consider reaching out when you're writing this stuff so that we can point out if there are errors. It's easier for us to find errors of this kind. Obviously, I know that that stuff like LWN wants to be able to write stuff that doesn't necessarily agree with our narrative. But in this case, it's really entirely like a technical misunderstanding on the semantics of one function. Anyway, good stuff. What a story. Were we able to download SQLite in the meantime? We were, and it is outdated. The dependency, I mean. God damn it. Member function expected 2 arguments, found 1. Okay, so here's what we do. Here is what we do. We I think we need to rip out this dependency at this point. I think we need something, we need a thinner dependency. The problem is to what extent are we using this? Because I think that unfortunately we also have load, which implements, well, loading. Oh my God. So the table creation side is easy because it's just a matter of running these queries like verbatim and not doing much past that. It's the loading side that is annoying because this one will integrate more intensely. So is anybody doing SQLite and has a dependency to recommend? I'm thinking of do we have SQLite in all your code base in any shape? Well, we have this. Look, updated 20 hours ago. So that seems... Wait, is this whole repo from 20 hours ago? Leroy Sepp, I love you, man. Well, yeah, Gimli. So, I mean, look, 20 hours ago, Gimli gifted us a beautifully packaged SQLite on all your code base. Why shouldn't we use it, right? Does it also depend on SQLite.org? It does. Okay. But regardless, I'm doing this. Be artifact shell? Oh, there's also the executable in here. Okay. Okay, that is cool. I'm doing this. YOLO. That is some amazing luck. I mean, that's the Zig community. That is the Zig community. So to have SQLite 3 in here, we're going to need to do some work though to make this work. We need to go into our build.zig. Let's take a look at this build script. This is also doing the library thing instead of the module. We're going to need to do some education on this point, but it doesn't matter. This is fine. So from SQLite 3, we link against SQLite 3, and then we can use the C functions directly, I guess. Okay, that is not what I expected to be doing today, but it's not too bad. So let's do it. Let's do the SQLite stuff. Set up server. We're gonna need SQLite also for other stuff, so SQLite will have to go here. Let's call it SQLite 3. I think that's fine. Door artifact. SQLite 3. Pass it down here. This is Vim, Neovim, this is Helix. But I'm about to switch to Flow. You know what? Maybe that's what I should be doing now. You know what? Nobody can stop me from doing this. How cool is flow now? Actually, really cool. Actually, really, really cool. Actually, really, really cool. Just quick swap to build flow. I'm saying that because the flow author hangs in your chat and it's in Zig. Um, maybe, but also because I've been saying in the past that I'm mouse gang, as in I use these editors, but I like to use the mouse sometime. And it is weird that none of these editors supports mouse at all. So I actually tried Flow the other day, and it does a bunch of things that I find compelling. So far, the only thing that has been preventing me from switching is just that I'm used to the Helix keybinds, which are not as popular as the Vim keybinds. So Flow has a Helix mode, but it's not as complete as the Vim mode. And so, sure, I could scratch my own itch and contribute the Helix keybinds. The problem is that I'm not used to thinking about exactly how editors work. The whole reason why I'm using Helix and not Vim is because I suck at this. So I tried Vim, it just was too hard for me. Yeah, that's pretty much the only thing. But do you even really use keep? I do. I do enough to care. I swear. I promise. I'm maybe not the most proficient Helix user, but I do use a bunch of them. So we're looking at build.zig. What are we looking at? Here we were passing down SQLite. Oh, I think I want my caret to change. Definitely. Because otherwise it's hard for me to keep track of which mode I'm in. In any case, SQLite 3. So what else? That's funny. Okay. Can I go to definition? Perfect. No, go to references. Okay. Holy shit. Wait, did we kill the language server with this? Oh no, we killed the language server. Go to references, kill the language server. Are you using the old version? God damn it. No, I should not. I just spilled it right now. Okay, I feel like I'm going insane because it's happening again. Which flow? Use a local bean flow. Dude, I swear, a moment ago, I was doing... Like a moment ago, I did git pull and then zig build. 013. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, this is not 013. Why am I getting memed this hard? You know what? Let's do it like this. God damn it. Hmm. Like, so you're suggesting these bindings? Thank you. Does any so are you did you are you do you know, are you actually using these actively, or do you just know that they exist? Also, does anybody else have any favorite SQLite bindings that they are using by any chance? Oh, these are like, okay, so these are actually yours. Okay. Well, okay. Then you definitely do use them. Understood. Like, you have intimate knowledge of them. Thank you. I think there are some other bindings that some people are using, like some more lightweight bindings. Um, so there's the one from Carl Seguin. Maybe I should do these ones. Thread safe one. You know what? I think I should give a chance to this dependency. I forgot about it, but I think this is what I should be looking for. And probably this dependency in turn, well, okay, it vendors SQLite, which is not a bad idea. Okay, I think I'll try this one. Mm, does this match? Is this right flow? 060. Wait, is it the beginning or the end? It's the end, isn't it? Uh, C8B. Oh, C8B. There we go. Wait, wait a second. Oh, wait, the G. Wait, what is the G doing in here? Yeah. Okay, so the G was throwing me off a bunch. Okay, so this is the beginning of the commit as I was expecting. G is for Git, I see. Okay. So we're finally up to date. So build.zig. There we go. Go to definition, go to references. Well, shit. Oh, that is interesting. Can I? Oh, I can click. I can click the references. That's so cool. Okay. Accessory arguments found 6. Yeah. Oh, folders is given as a dependency. Oh, fuck it. Then let's do it the same for SQLite. Although, um, we're changing this. Okay. This doesn't matter. Zone file. Oh, what am I doing? I'm too used to using HX. So you know what we can do? .config/fish config.fish. There we go. We have all these aliases. You know what we're gonna do as well? We're gonna do alias f equals flow. Perfect. Hey Giacomo, thank you for the raid. Hello everybody. Hello. So I'll be very quick with a recap so I can continue to work. I'm working on a Discord replacement, or I've been working on it. Yeah, have a nice dinner. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. So I'm working on a Discord replacement. The idea is like, think of something kind of like Discord, but you can self-host servers. That is like the main difference. I used to work on it for a while last year. Then I stopped at some point because the IO story in Zig wasn't good enough yet. But now we have all the cool async IO stuff. So I'm now updating the old code to the new stuff. And part of that requires updating my dependencies that help me deal with SQLite. So right now, I'm taking the server implementation, migrating it to the new Zig, and the current block here is the SQLite implementation. So that's what I'm dealing with. In the meantime, I'm switching away from Helix, which is a Vim style-ish text editor. It's a model text editor. And oh, thank you. Yeah, definitely doing this. And I'm switching to Flow, which is another text editor written in Zig, which is pretty cool in a few different ways. Let's go. Yo, there we go. Thank you. So I now need to teach my brain to stop typing HX every time I want to open an editor and instead do F. Okay, so what are we doing here? Builds on. I'm taking out the other SQLite 3. I'm I'm gonna use this dependency. I don't know yet. I'm shopping for things at the moment, so I don't know yet which SQLite dependency I want to actually really use. But I did remember that I wanted to try out the one from Carl, and I don't guarantee that this is where I'll stay. But I remember wanting to do this at some point. Set a Git editor instead, especially if you're sharing dot files across machines. My browser C checks for commands installed and sets appropriately. Not all my machines have had Helix, for example, or even a local NVMe binary. Yeah, no, you're right. I think there's also $sign editor, right? Not just that. So F. Yo. Excuse me? What is this fancy shit? Yo. Okay, we switched. Holy shit. Looks like a regular fish file completion to me. I actually had never seen that one before. So okay, what are we doing here? So here we have ZQ Lite. And we need to go into our build script. Now we want ZQ Lite. Okay, Neuroside, how can I personalize my cursor shape based on which active mode I'm in? Is it already possible? What I would like is to have the block when I'm in normal mode, the thin slice when vertical thing when I'm in insert mode, and ideally even the underscore when I'm in visual mode or selection mode. Block for normal mode and bar for insert is the default. And yet, look, I'm entering insert mode and it's still a block. You can change it in your bindings file. Okay, I'm about to learn about bindings file. Oh, wait. Holy shit. Oh, that is so awesome. You do have space mode. By the way, I'll have to tell you this. I think that these things are amazing. Like these pop-up menus are amazing for people that are learning the editor. And this is probably my favorite feature of Helix. And I've seen that some Vim distributions have something like this. But what I hated about those is that they were always incomplete. Like having a good set of menus for of this kind for all the like the modes is so good. That is awesome. Oh, on Saturday, that is awesome. Awesome. So okay, so how do I go to my bindings file? Is there a command in here? Colon bindings, edit key bindings. Okay, there we go. Settings, enter Helix mode, in command, exit Helix mode. There's normal. Oh, I'm already in helix.json, so all of this is Helix. So normal mode, cursor is block. Insert mode, cursor is beam. Select cursor is block. I don't know what the options are though, which is unfortunate. If only I could go, if only this was an enum and I could do go to definition. Anyway. So I see that it's already set up, but it doesn't seem to be applying. Your terminal cursor is disabled, flow config. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Flow config? Like, wait, what? No. Edit configuration. Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you. I didn't even know these things were things. I guess I want to restart. Ah, there we go. Awesome. Yeah, that works. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, I did. Will it be difficult to make total rewrite of my C JSON library entirely in Zig? 2 files, actually, not dozens of tests. CJSON parser. I mean, so as a starting point, you don't even need to rewrite it if you want to use it from Zig, because you can keep the original C implementation. That works. There is something to gain by upgrading everything to Zig for sure. The tokenizer will probably benefit. Like, it's gonna be, you will have a good time writing the tokenizer in Zig. I think the rest of the things that you're doing probably can be ported mostly in a similar fashion, with maybe the occasional change. Here's what I will tell you though. I don't know exactly how you're doing this in C, but one thing that we do in Zig oftentimes is well, oh no, you know what? I'm guessing that you probably have like token streams for everything. So never mind. I take back what I was about to say. Here's what I would say. Here's what you can do. We have a JSON parser implementation in the standard library. Take a look at that one so you can see how the standard library does it. And your approach is probably going to be different, especially if you're trying to be clever about stuff in ways that maybe our standard library implementation is not. If you want another source of inspiration, take a look at my implementation of Ziggy. This is not JSON, but it's a JSON adjacent language, and it has, in my opinion, a nice tokenizer and a reasonable parser. So you can take a look at how I do it. Keep in mind, this is not perfect. Like, I'm not claiming that this is what the ultimate tokenizer is meant to look like, or the ultimate parser is meant to look like. That would be ast.zig. Although the tokenizer, I feel like it's more closer to perfection than my parser. Yeah, but with these things, you can get an idea of how we do things. So I would say a one-to-one port is probably not going to take you much effort, but there is something to gain if you take this opportunity to also redesign some ways in which you deal with data. Actually, wait, we're going to need to learn how to use SQLite. There we go. So you fetch, add as a dependency, link libc, link system library. No, wait. This is instruction in case that you want system library, right? Oh, and this is the other one. Okay. So no, it's not the libc that surprises me. It's this one. It's the link system library. But okay, so they are basically allowing you to link against something that isn't the SQLite that they bundle in this project, but we do want the bundled SQLite in our case. So we'll want to do this. We want to do this up here because we. Uh-oh. An application is attempting to read from the clipboard. Yes, the current clipboard contents are shown below. Allow. That surprises me. Okay. So, okay, this is what we already were doing. Add C source file. Problem is we don't have this. Also, you know what I'm realizing? That the server implementation and the client implementation might not agree on exactly how they plan to configure SQLite. So I think it makes sense to move these inside here and even do it twice if needed. Okay, so take this out. Grab this. Move this here. By the way, this is interesting because Helix doesn't produce those warnings. I guess it's trying to access stuff in a different way. Also, where is my auto formatter? Where's my? Oh, it's on me, I guess. Uh, okay, format and save true. Um, invalid array type. I saw that for a second. Error invalid array type. Okay. Still not formatting. Restore last cursor position. Follow cursor on buffer switch. Oh, there we go. Block, blink, block, underline, beam, link, beam. Modes can change cursor. Enable autosave. Previous key hints. Oh, this restart session is not enough? Hmm. Oh, but save file with formatting works. The fuck? Is it because I was by doing W, I'm implicitly doing WA? By the way, the fact that you have this order here is surprising to me, actually, because actually maybe you do want that by design, but W should be a better match than WA, right? When you're just typing W. Anyway, maybe it's because I was hitting WA that I wasn't triggering the auto formatting. I don't know. So what were we saying? Server add C source file b.path libsqlite3c. That is wrong. This needs to be SQLite. Sorry, ZigQlite. This needs to be ZigQlite. So server link libc, add import ZQLite. Just we can do it here. Okay, this seems fine. So far, so good. Let's see how we're doing. Oh, I had this build watch. Never mind. Okay, we have a bunch of... Also, let's do this. Prominent compile errors. Fuzzy search includes the command description, so WA is considered a better match because the description is shorter, not ideal. Oh. Duplicate struct member name read in network. Oh shit. Look, this is code from back when fields and decals had separate namespaces. What a story. By the way, I've been binging Zig content for 2 weeks. Okay, mostly talks, and noticed that you use NixOS. Have you compiled Zig from source on it recently? I had some trouble compiling in static mode. I have compiled the Zig compiler recently, yes, but I don't use any of the Nix facilities to do so. Most importantly, I'm guessing that you might be depending on Nix provided builds of LLVM, and you should not be doing that. If you want to build Zig from source, you need to build LLVM yourself. Or, well, that is what I just said is not strictly true, but in practice, the problem is that distros, when they package this stuff, they make changes, and those changes might be problematic. Zig is meant to build against a vanilla build of LLVM without any modification. So here's my recommendation. Oh, now we need to see where did this stuff move? Because this stuff used to be somewhere else. Is it under learn now? No. Huh. Where did Andrew move this? Okay, it's still in the wiki on GitHub. Okay, go on GitHub and then take a look at building how to build LVM, libclang, and lib whatever from source. Holy shit! Never mind. Content moved to readme.md. Okay, I'm learning. So, okay, so never mind. No more GitHub, thankfully. Okay, you can go to Codeberg and you can look at the README on Codeberg. And you can look at how to build LVM from source, which should be somewhere here in the README. There we go. So you want to follow this, and you want to follow the Linux version of this. POSIX systems, do not make a debug build of LVM. I repeat, do not make a debug build of LVM. Do the release version. So this builds a release version of LVM, and then you can specify this when you're building Zig from source. That is guaranteed to work. If you use LVM packaged by your distro, all kinds of issues happen. And it's the same also on macOS. Brew provides a build of LVM, and sometimes, and they keep touching stuff. Everybody keeps touching stuff all over the place. So actually, it's not necessarily that the Brew people are at fault. What happens is that sometimes the LVM project changes some stuff about its build, and then the package authors, maintainers don't realize that something has changed, and then that breaks their build. So like it's a jankiness in the process. It's not necessarily that the package maintainers are the ones who are wrong, but these mistakes happen. So you just cannot rely on a build of LLVM provided to you by the package manager. The only way you can guarantee it's gonna work every single time is if you build it yourself. That's what I do. It's annoying. You have to do that once every 6 months if you want to build Zig from source yourself, but once you've done it for a while, you're gonna be good. Alternatively, you can just use a pre-built version of Zig instead of building it yourself. There might be some flakes, by the way, that give you like a good version of Zig. So, for example, take a look at the Ghosty repository, because I think that they use Nix a lot, and they use a flake for fetching Zig, and yeah, the Zig overlay, right? I think so. You're right. Yeah, this one. So yeah. Okay. Let's do some more flow. Let's do some more coding using flow. So app network 107. Oh wait, but this is in client. Why are we complaining about code inside of client? Wait, how did this happen? Anyway, let's start with the SQLite stuff. That's what we know we need to fix. Okay, so I'm in normal mode. Wait a second. Go to reference doesn't use the LSP? Oh no. Wait. How did I... How the heck did I ended up with something else? That surprises me. So how do I switch from this to this with keybinds and start like tabbing these entries? Hmm. Well, anyway. Also, how do I close this? Hmm. C question mark. Is that control? Oh, this gives me find. C question mark? Holy shit, what have I done? Um hmm. So this is seeing as CS slash. The problem is that, well, my question mark is in there. My question mark is behind that thing. God damn it. I'm having trouble accessing my question mark. Use the keybind hints command if your terminal is eating it. Right. So, how do I reach there though? So you're talking about this basically? Like this? Is it switch buffers? Oh, wait. That prints out switch buffers? No, that's not it. It's not a buffer. This thing is right. This thing is maybe a split. Okay, I think I'll learn about it more at another time. Okay, SQLite. Do. You want to go to next file or diagnostic, which is Alt N in Helix mode. Oh well, I mean, I also have this. Go to next diagnostic. I know that I can do this, but Alt N. Okay, wait a second. So you're saying I do go to show references, and then I can do Alt N. Alt weird tilde. Wait, how is this not an N? This is my N button. I think I have some weird interaction going on with my terminal emulator. And then Alt P. Then becomes Alt Pi. Um. Oh, but so what you're saying is, what you're saying is that those are diagnostics. Okay, I okay. That's what was missing in my brain. I didn't understand that those are considered diagnostics. Okay, so these are being presented as diagnostics. Thus, I can use the the next diagnostics stuff. Understood. Okay, let me tell you how this works in Helix. Which, by the way, doesn't mean necessarily that you have to emulate this. Just letting you know how the Helix brain works. Um, um, if I go in database and I do go to references, there's this concept of these like viewers that show up that are used also for a variety of things, and then you can navigate here the entries. The focus moves into this thing. You can navigate the thing. You can press enter to move to that thing, and then there's is it space O? Man, I've been out of Helix for like half a second and I'm already forgetting how stuff works. No, it's control, wait, space quotes maybe? Yeah, space quote is open last picker. So with space quote, okay, these things are called pickers, I guess. With space quote, I can reopen this menu. And this is how I, for example, continue, like do something for every match. Again, I'm not saying that this is superior to what you have. Just letting you know that's that I was used to. But this other system also makes sense. So I do show references and then I keep navigating those this way. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I do see them all at once down here, and then it's on me to navigate them. Although D is previous diagnostic. D is previous diagnostic. So what is next diagnostic? Go to previous function, previous definition, previous parameter. Oh, right. It's on me. It's because I'm doing left bracket. Right. I need to do right bracket. Go to, go to next diagnostic. Okay. Man, I've been out of Helix for like half a second. I've already forgot everything. Okay. So what were we saying? Yeah, this becomes SQLite. Now SQLite is a problem. Wait, but now if I do go to next diagnostic, well, okay, in this case, the two things kinda match. I know that there's a LSP rename. I purposely did not want to use it. But the thing is that, okay, now here I see this, and here are the diagnostics. Okay. So with this, I go into this other menu. So with this, I lose what I had before. The go to references, finding references. Okay. Okay, I think this is fine. I understand. Okay. Let's make some progress. So here we want to open a database. How do you open, like, how do you init a database? Row and rows, row getters, pull callbacks. Good idea to pass ex res code to get extended result codes, more detailed error codes. So flags, connection. This zone file doesn't list files that belong to this package. Has an empty dependencies thing, and it doesn't specify minimum Zig version. That is annoying. So do we know if this works with Zig 016? I guess we can pick what the CI does. Sudo snap install Zig Classic Edge. Hmm. Hmm. Update for latest Zig writer gate. Well, at least we know that it's post writer gate. Let's see if run failed to. Yeah, that happens though. Like that's fair, but I'm not holding it against against the project too much. 016 dev. Okay. At least it's 016, some kind of 016 dev. Not super up to date. Kind of old, but there's a better way of doing a lot of these things though. Anyway. Okay, let's do the database opening then. So you can write open database name, flags, catch, error, error while loading database file, error name error, process exit one. Why are we doing flags this way though? Why are we ORing these things? Like I guess these are like it's very naked. That's why we're doing this, I guess. Yeah, okay. Oh, kind of old. Did I read that wrong? Maybe I read that wrong. Then never mind. It's probably yeah. It's if it's 1.4, it's newer than mine. Never mind. Error loading database file. Defer close. Okay. Now the DB pragmas. How do you do DB pragmas? Connection exec. Connection road init. Pragmas. No keyword found. No, not found. Oh, no matches. Oh. Are those just normal queries? I guess these are normal queries, right? I don't remember the full syntax. I guess they have slightly different syntax. So connection exec. And then this is grabbing a single row. This is grabbing multiple rows. Okay. Rows, exec, no args. Yep. Changes. The number of rows updated by the previous statement. Left or transaction commit. Prepare. Returns a theme wrapper around a SQL statement. Close, try close, closes the database. Silently ignores any error. If you care about the error, use try close. Busy timeout. Sets the busy handler for the connection. Okay. So let's see. SQLite pragma. How do these work? Pragma functions. I just need like a stupid pragma example. Yeah, pragma key equals value semicolon. So that's, I guess, how these things should be. So try the on.exec. I think we want exec no arguments. Exec no args. Blah blah blah. Would be nice to have all the Helix keybinds to do it all at once. It's fine. Journal mode. Wall. Synchronous. Normal. Hello, Zorgatone. What are we working on today? I'm working on a chat application that you can consider a Discord replacement that you can self-host, kind of like people used to do with TeamSpeak. And I'm upgrading it because I used to do it. Like I used to have it in the past, but I haven't worked on it in a while. I used to work with modern version of Zig at the time, but I haven't touched it in about a year, so I'm updating everything to newer Zig. And in the meantime, I'm also replacing my SQLite dependencies, and that's causing some friction, but we're getting through it. Okay, prepare with diags. What is the Helix keybind to add the cursor at the next match? I don't know. There might be, but I don't use it. So maybe that's something that I would need to learn. As I was saying, what I do is I do a selection, press S to do select rejects, and then I have cursors pop up on every match. So I don't know. I guess I would need a path for entering selection mode, or I don't know what's it called. Is it selection? Yeah, it's selection mode because in Helix, this is visual mode, what you call selection down here, and then selection. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, no, this is visual mode. What am I saying? So this is visual mode. So it just selects stuff, while S is what you can do for just finding matches. Anyway. Host users. Okay, now we're using rows, I think. Also, we did have a prepare statement down here. Is it good? Prepare SQLite arc in a canary route. Returns a theme wrapper around an SQLite 3 statement. Row and rows wrap this type. Oh, okay, so I could do directly rows without any prepare. Oh, this is also interesting. So here's another one that you might find interesting in your site. In Helix, when you have a selection and you do insert, you insert at the beginning of the selection. And if you do A for append, you get into insert mode at the end of the selection. But actually, you don't lose the selection. But this one is kind of big. Okay, so append does work. So it loses the selection, which I think we keep in the other case. But regardless, Append works, but insert doesn't move the selector, the cursor back. Yeah, it does not. Hmm. Um, do we need the semicolon at the end of the SQLite statement? Good question. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I don't think it makes much of a difference, but yeah, it seems that it's not strictly necessary. uh, so what else? Let's see. Row SQL args. In this case, there are no args. And then we need to loop. So it's defer rows.init and then while rows.next. And it's row.text 0. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we don't do this. What does it? What do they call it here? Rows equals. Okay. Rows.init, and then we're doing while try rows.next. Not try. Text 0. So I guess it's a type assertion, and this is the column index. Hmm. Hmm. There are two APIs for fetching column data. The first one is the generic get, where T can be I64, F64, bool. Okay. Alternatively, we can do boolean. Okay, so it's type and then index. Perfect. So in our case, it's row and it's host user dot set. Wait, users dot set? Okay, we just need to make an instance of user. Wait, is there anything fancier? No. Okay. Actually, I don't even know what's ID. U64. Okay, right. Oh man, I used to know this stuff. Oh, this one is also interesting. So when I'm selecting, the cursor covers one character, but if I cut, the character doesn't come with the selection. I don't know if this is like a Helix thing. Um. Anyway. Mm, wait, we have import user.zig up here. Oh, but it's in host. And in database, we don't have any of that, do we? Interesting. Okay, so this should be done. Then chats and chat messages. You know what? We can comment out chat messages temporarily. Yeah. Okay. In the so neuroside, here's what I think might be something that I think I understand about Helix that has good chances of being true. In Helix, you never have an empty selection. You're always selecting one thing, one character. And so the cursor itself is the one character selection that you're moving around. Although, to be fair, um, I think it's a debatable choice. Like, I feel like that this is one of those things that you can just get used to and then call it a day. That said, I don't know. I'm not one of those like editor heads that are like super opinionated. So I don't know. I'm fine with breaking changes. Like I'm fine with getting used to saying, oh, you know what? I need to select one more thing compared to what I had to do in the past to make everything work. Bro, no. Why is it doing this? Why are you doing this? Oh no, I don't. What? What? So if I start selecting from here, it selects one character more to the left than it should. Like I'm on the S, and I. So when you see the movement to the left, that's not my mouse doing it. It's Flow doing it. So that's why I was always selecting that thing. Anyway, where kind equals question mark. What's kind? Uh huh. Okay. By the way, this one is I don't know. I personally don't feel strongly about that one, and you guys figured that one out. But the fact that I'm on S and I start dragging a selection and that pulls in the previous character is a little bit weird. Much smoother. Oh man, I'm gonna have to learn it then. I could make an attempt. That is a fair point. I could make an attempt. Well, let me make some more progress here. No bugs. I see. Hmm. Oh, interesting. You have text that goes out of sight. I guess it's in my config. Maybe GUI configuration? No. Top bar, nothing. bottom bar, mode file log selection, getter line, blah blah blah. Inline diagnostics, animation max lag, enable wrap. Is there no line wrapping? I guess. Okay. Okay. So what were we doing? Match inner match. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. This goes away. This goes away. So let's see. There's no word wrapping flow. Not sure I want to add it really. Okay. It messes up all sorts of things internally. Makes sense. Understood. Chat set. Load the chat. We don't load messages. So we should have fixed this function in theory. We still have to try it out, but in theory we should have done that. Table init. Okay, now we need to fix table creation, I think. The good news is that it's fairly data driven because we're just creating a bunch of tables off of the definitions down there. So let's take a look. Var pristine is the SQLite DB init in memory pristine.init load schema in pristine. What does that do? For each method declaration in tables, okay, for each table thingy, we grab the name. Okay. Okay, this is now a SQLite connection. And it's just exec. exact no args. Actually, yeah, let's do this. But without diagnostics, which we don't have anymore. Okay. And then this doesn't exist. Do you have these disabled, or do you just never open more than one file? Helix doesn't have tabs, and I'm used to not use tabs. I honestly find them unnecessary because I already have terminal tabs, and I don't feel like I want nested tabs, and I'm happy to just like these are my tabs in a sense. Like I use the switch buffers menu to, like, at the end of the day, this is a tab, right? Basically, the only difference is that you don't see them active up here all the time. So that's how I do it. Like I remember being a little bit confused about this in the beginning, but I sincerely don't understand what even is the point of tabs. To me, tabs really seem like having this menu permanently open, and that's it. So I don't care much about it. And if I need to switch between back and forth between two files, there's GA. So no, dude, I didn't touch anything. No, I did not disable them. I don't know. I don't know. I did not touch that option. This is the behavior that I'm getting out of the box, which happens to match my my preferences, and also I think maybe it's the result of the keybinds that I'm using. I guess probably that is the thing. Yeah, but I find this perfectly fine. Like, I'm happy to not have anything up top. So yeah, a bunch of auto configs from the very first time you tried Flow. Yeah, that might be it. That might be it, which, by the way, in your site, this brings up an interesting point because there's an argument to be made that you always want to know if a setting has been defined by the user versus the default. Well, I guess maybe I just have old config files that do set stuff as default and then you don't anymore. I don't know, whatever. Helix has tabs via a config buffer line. Completely nice switching on the home row. I see. I don't know. I just use this menu and I'm happy with it. I never feel the need to do anything different. Okay, so hopefully here we're doing this fine. Okay, so the type is connection. Do we pass pointers to it? Or no, we can copy it because we should copy it because this thing is already, it's just a pair of pointers. So, okay, so far so good. So here we use load schema. So now I don't understand though what I was doing. I create an in-memory database. I load stuff in it. Then I create a database on disk. And then I do get tables. And then get tables in the B tables. Pristine set. DB set. Add the tables. Remove tables. What weird shit was I doing here? There's probably a reason. I just forgot it. So I guess this is some kind of like update scheme that I'm doing here. What even is get tables? SQLite schema, where oh, it literally gets table names. Okay, so we have a function that gets table names. Have a nice day. Enjoy. So we look, okay, so we look at the tables that we want to be able to have. Then we look at what we already have in a potential file on disk. And then we say, we make a hash map that contains all the tables. Okay, in our, like our new tables, our old tables, and we say, okay, added tables, remove tables. So we look at all tables that were added, and we look at all tables that were removed. And then we add the missing tables, and deleting unused tables is left as a to do. Proper first run. We'll clean it up later. And this adds 2 users. Huh. Window manager based tabs could work more consistently than per application tabs. In my case, it's just that I have too many things that I would have to switch to. Like I already have to switch between tables and between like desktops. That's already eating a bunch of like switching brain space for me. So like I don't need another fractal switching thing. I actually have trouble switching between splits. But I do think that splits are useful and I should learn about splits. But also, even in this case, like, do I do terminal splits or do I do editor splits? There's so much redundancy. And yeah, I don't know. The only thing I know is that I really feel that tabs are superfluous. You can. This is beautiful. This is absolutely beautiful. I would even be happy with a like mode for switching splits, like I guess that would be, I think D instead of deletion should be display mode, which I think it is normally. No, D is delete. Wait, is it space D? No, that's diagnostics. Is it control D? Oh shit, never mind. No, that's a ghosty split. Tabs are nice for mouse users. Yeah, that's fair. Go to definition. Oh, it's W. Wait, it's space W maybe. Window mode. Oh yeah, space W has split stuff where I can say left, right, moves me to a different split. Do we have space W in here? No, we don't have space W in here. In any case, that's how it works in Helix. So I could do this. Open command palette, split. Yeah, like this split new. And then I do, it's a bit nested, so it's space W, but I can do space W left, space W right to move around. I feel like it's kind of one keybind too many, but still, it's actually not that bad. You can get used to it. Oh shit, I opened another one by mistake. Right, because this makes you also create new splits. And yeah, you can also click around, which is actually nice. Probably what I would mainly do in my case is that I would click around when I want to change split. There we go. Oh, that killed flow. Okay. Nice that he remembers where I was. So get tables. Doesn't need an allocator anymore. Actually, that opens. That makes me think that the inits are problematic for me, aren't they? Hmm. Best to switch to MongoDB. No, man. This is already painful enough. I think that if I had to use MongoDB from a C client, I don't know, I would go insane. I thought this is rows. Oh, this is, we want to make a slice of tables, which we're not going to be able to do with this API. Ah, man, what a pain. Honestly, both the old way of doing things and the new one are pain. But without MongoDB, how can you web scale? Yeah, that's a good question. Don't you know MongoDB is web scale? I'm starting to learn. Yeah, have a nice day. So the way I was doing this has to kind of change. Also, I don't know, this half-assed upgrade system um, that I used to have is it's in this weird state where it doesn't really fit well with the new library that I'm using, and at the same time, it's just making things more complicated, and it's not providing the value that it's supposed to provide in the first place. So I'm thinking of making this just simpler. We just do this without any of these things. Without any of these things, except maybe initializing a couple of users, which I think might be necessary. So apparently init doesn't need an allocator anymore either. Oh man, selection dragging is suffering so much. Look at this mess. That's unfortunate. Oh, it worked now. Okay. Um. Okay. So here we do the connection stuff. Where are we doing connect somewhere? Oh, open. Okay. So init open database name. Okay, I see what the problem is here. The problem is we need to check if the file exists or not. So uh what flags can we give this guy? Open flags. Create. Yeah, we can do create. Oh, which we were passing in load. So yeah, no, definitely. Okay, let's do it like this. Okay. So here we want to do create. Where where did it go? Okay, so here we do create. Oh, we have syntax errors, so we're not auto formatting, unfortunately. Here we do create threading mode single thread. Okay. And we do this. And then we do this. Okay. So I have some problems. Oh, flags is broken, but we don't need it anymore. This needs a semicolon down here. There we go. Let's see. Load schema. Var statement equals a new local variable. Right. Connection at exec. Exec no args. Oh, and that gets us in client network. Okay, so I think this file is okay at this point. First on Hacker News? What's first on Hacker News? Holy shit, what? Okay, I wasn't following enough what was happening in chat. I didn't think this was serious. Holy shit. Holy shit. Jesus. Um, well, congrats. Holy shit. um, well, insane. We'll see how that goes. Okay, back to our boring database stuff. So on first sight, this seems all fine, but there's probably a bunch of errors. It's just that we're not going to be able to see them right away. So what we need to do next is see what other build errors we're having. And what surprises me is that somehow client errors are sneaking in, and that has to be because we're importing something from the client, uh, which is unfortunate. But it makes sense, maybe. I guess we have types defined in the client, so that's why this stuff is getting pulled in. Okay, let's go into server. We can finally go back to server, and we can see that here we're importing d2.zig and server database. I bet you that it's this guy, d2.zig, that it's importing. No, this is importing only d2 stuff. Also, why is this in d2.zig, this networking stuff? Suspicious. So who's importing the client? Huh. Well, I believe that it was not a secret that Anthropic was using Ban to run their stuff. So I guess for them it's an important piece of infrastructure. Host connection. Struct declared here. So error duplicate struct member. I guess the problem is that this stuff gets analyzed regardless to some degree. I don't know, that sucks. Okay, let's fix the server now. So server.zig, built-in std allocator options, d2 database. Let's import IO. Let's import assert. Options, d2 database. Maybe options could even be put in here. Yeah, that's nice. Okay. So GPA is fine. UDP sock, we don't know. Maybe it's in some of these type definitions that we were using some client stuff. But that is really weirding me out because no, that's not it. It has to be something different. Okay. This is going to be a big change that we're going to have to go through. But you know what? You know what? I think it still doesn't matter much. Duplicate struct member janitor, because we have a function called janitor. Wait, how does the name symbol at cursor work? It doesn't work. I think it's not wired in. It selects all instances, but it also selects stuff that it shouldn't be selecting, so that's not it. We can rename this to janitor FN. That's for sure. We can put these definitions out here so that everybody sees them. Again, I'm just trying to make this stuff compile. I'm not running this code, so I'm doing the minimum amount of work to make this happen. So unable to find chat.zig file not found. This is in database, I guess. Yeah. There's D2 user. What about chat? No. D2 channels chat. Okay, so it's const user equals d2.user. Actually, let's d2.channel.chat, I think. Expected 0 arguments found 1. Holy shit, we built the server. Okay. So run should do nothing. Init should error out because we already have a database. Got error, error, delightful. But if we remove the database, then init should succeed. Or not. Our exec no args 219. Wait. 219. Oh, wait. Is it like double? No? How do you go to a line? That's fine. Go to line CT 219. Okay. Oh, there we go. So this is the one that failed. Insert into users values. Christoph Matt Knight. ID 0. Created 0. Updated 0. Handle. Password hash. Password loops. Display name. Avatar null. Why is this the one that fails? This thing should not fail. Is this semicolon that is the problem? So we're at a point where we kinda wish we could get some more info from these errors. So how do you get diagnostics and callbacks? How do you get diagnostics? Is there no way of getting any form of diagnostic from this? Yeah, I kind of wish I could get some better error than just error.error. Also, I'm using that freaking flag that should give me better error codes, and it's not giving me any error code. This does nothing. Ugh. But in any case, we made some progress. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna call it a day. It's been a weird stream, I know, but bit by bit we need to update everything. And in a sense, this is interesting because basically what's happening is that I pulled in a dependency that was doing a lot of work under the hood that I had no control over, and that tied me pretty deeply into the way that dependency was basically exposing SQLite to me. And the problem is basically that when you do this, then whenever Zig updates, you are heavily dependent on the API, on the dependency to also update, because otherwise you're kind of left in the dust. And at that point, the question is about how much heavy lifting the library does for you, because obviously you sometimes will want to have dependencies that do a lot of work, but that are like big, but they also do a lot of work. And so you're fine with keeping them and like depending heavily on them. But in this case, I felt like an SQLite wrapper shouldn't be that for me. So I think I need to spend some time also looking at other ideas. So I also take a look at the bindings that were shared earlier in chat. So we'll see. Anyway, thank you, X2. And thank you everybody for hanging around. And yeah, I think let me see. Anybody doing Zig? Nobody's doing Zig. So I'm not gonna rate anybody. So have a nice